Hey, Ryan. Yeah, it's probably gonna be about turn soon, I think.
Successful.
It's a while to get updated to the most recent balance patch. $21.15. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hmm. Just looking at this bot replay, I'm wondering why, with 2,800 minerals in the bank, my bot's not attempting to build a command center here. Hey, Count Cream Cheese. What strategy was I doing? Hmm? Weird. Oh. Okay. Alright, something's going on. There we go. Okay. So we are doing BC macro. So it tries to build expansions in my main base and float it out. I wonder if that's a reason. Because there's no space available in my main. Macro OCs. Does that include outside of my base? Yeah, it does. It's probably the issue. It's probably trying to build in like a macro OC position and that area is covered in creep. So I never end up expanding. So I think the way we should do it when we expand... where's that building manager? Try to build in my main base. And if that doesn't work, just build it right on the expansion position. And if that doesn't work, then we build a macro OC. Hey, Craig, how's it going? Oh, I didn't show the checklist yet, but I do have a few things in mind. Yeah. Nope. Don't need this airlog anymore, I don't think. There's a couple things. In a tournament, and I just saw a replay on AI Arena, my bot was stuck on 2 bases and would never expand. So I want to look into that. Whenever my SCVs, like I send a unit to one of my bases to get repaired, the SCVs will come out of the base, repair the unit, and then they'll like scatter to like a different base all over the map. So if I'm in a game where I'm constantly repairing, my SCVs will just keep transferring from like one base to another instead of just going back to the closest mineral line. So I want to fix that up. My new Cyclo Micro doesn't look great. I was always seeing a game where they're just kind of walking into attack range a bunch. Don't know why. If I have a planetary at my natural, then I'll kind of keep my army at the top of my main base ramp. But if I have an orbital at my natural, I need to defend that base, so I should have my units in the front. This should be a quick fix, actually, I think. And then what I want to do is I want to create a pathing map for future stuff. Which is basically, I'm going to find the quickest path from this base to this base. So it's just going to be like square by square going up the ramp. And then I'm going to create a path like that for every combination of bases. So like the quickest path from, say, this base over to this base, for instance. And that way I can use that path to see what pathing is kind of safe, right? So say I want to build a structure over here, but the Zerg army is right here, then like I need to pick an SCV that has a safe path to get to the location. There's a few use cases I can use for that. Like choosing an expansion base to pick, for instance. Like if the path to one base is blocked but the path to another expansion base is open, then I'll take that open expansion. Building structures, that's important. Especially if my main base is being sacked, I kind of want to rebuild structures somewhere else. And yeah, which SCV to pick, because so I don't send my SC3B through an enemy army. There's probably a whole bunch of other use cases for it, but I just kind of want to build this pathing idea. So first create this entire path on the first frame of the game. And then build a method for checking the safety of any particular path. And then from there it'll be kind of reusable for me. But outside of this to-do list, I was just looking at a game. And I was trying to figure out why my bot was not expanding here. Because you can see I got 3,000 minerals in the bank. And doesn't want to build here. So I think it's because my bot's set up to build command centers in my main base and float them out. And if those positions are taken, then it's going to look for macro orbital positions I have outside of my main base, which might be like here, for instance, on creep. And it's probably just trying to build here and float it over there. And yeah, that obviously doesn't work. So I think this whole method needs some reworking. It's basically just different combinations of checking macro OC, macro command center positions, expansion positions, and oh. Next extra CC position. Yeah, this whole method might be out of date. Maybe not. Let's run the game and take a look at these two lists. I'm trying to figure out what the difference is between these two. Let's run my main bot. Get truck. Yeah, my bot is not written well, so if you just write scripts, it's probably okay. It's mostly just loops and if statements. I haven't... So I was kind of learning how to code at the time of doing this. So I don't really take good advantage of object-oriented programming. Interfaces would be like perfect for this sort of bot. Let's breakpoint somewhere. Okay. So this has two positions, both of them at x coordinate 138. $149, $135. Okay, so it does seem to be okay. Huh. Let's go back to... All right, so that situation goes in here first, checks for a pocket base, which doesn't exist on this map, then checks this macro C list, which should be empty. So it should return false. Get next available expansion position. Yeah. I wish I could get into these complex scenarios testing locally, because I kind of can't, which is a problem. It's only on the ladder where I get into these deep late game scenarios. So it checks the main base. There's no available position left because they're both already taken. So then it looks at the expansion bases. So I'm going through my base list. I'm looking for an untaken base that's not dried up. Chapter ground is 0 and the base is reachable. What does that mean? Oh, incapable of pathing there. So if it's like an island or something, it won't let me choose it. It's not blocked by a Zergling. The is reachable thing would fail if I was testing with a trapped SCV. But I think that bug would have showed up a long time ago if I had trapped SCV. I've definitely seen this in a lot of late games with Ketrak as well. Sometimes he just randomly snaps out of it too, and you'll be able to build a command center. I don't know why. Yeah, there's no creep. Is like this Zerg base considered a threat somehow? Point threat to ground. No. Those are only units that can attack ground. So if there's like a Hydralisk nearby, I won't try to expand there. But it literally has to be in attack range of the command center position. Let me take a look at that log again. Uh, hmm? Control end, right? There we go. What to actually print out every 30 seconds? 2130. Okay. It could be that I'm stuck trying to build something else first. So it could be a completely unrelated error, I guess. It looks like I'm trying to build a refinery. But it's not being spammed, so it successfully built the refinery. Never mind. Yeah, so that macro orbitals list is empty, so that's correct. Okay, so there is exposed macro orbitals positions. Looks like they're kind of in the south somewhere. Bottom leftish. So could try to be building them down here maybe? Let me look at that code again. Build macro OCs. Now jump out right here. If that's empty, return false. Yeah, it's actually doing it correctly. Then it tries to build it on location, and then if it can't also build on location, then it'll build this macro orbital. So it's not related to that. What base is it? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? Maybe 4. So it's not dried up. Placement is available. It's an untaken base. I don't see why my bot would not expand there. Get next available expansion position. It is untaken. It's not dried up. It's safe. That should equal 0. And it's reachable. So this expansion option should be available. It checks to see if an SCV can actually build there, which it can, and then it returns that value. So the only thing it could be, unless I'm missing something, is that it never actually reaches this code. When do I do this? Build CC logic. Am I at 500 minerals? Yes. Is your command centers already queued up? No. Minerals, is structure already queued? No. Maximum amount of bases. Oh, wait. Where does this bracket end? One of these three things has to be true. Okay, yeah. Well, two out of three of them are true. This is an empty. Yeah, okay. So it gets in here. Ah, what's going on here? My mineral bank is greater than my gas bank. And my gas bank is greater than 2000. I guess this is kind of like if I want to build a macro orbital, this would make sense. Num base is available greater than 0. Yeah, that's going to be greater than 0 because that's an available base. It's untaken and it's not dried up. Yeah. So it should jump in. Yeah, it should go in here. There it is. Yep, I don't know. We'll just call this a failed bug fix because I can't figure out why. Everything looks correct in the code. It looks like it should be trying to expand based on my mineral and gas. It should first check to see if there's a position available on my main base, but the 2 macro orbital positions are already taken. Next, it should look to see if it can build it on location, which it can. Is the base dried up? No. Is the position available? Yes. The good news is my BCs are Yamatoing better now. So this build has some promise. This is the number 1 bot by far I'm facing. I lasted 30 minutes instant. So the issue I had when I faced Eris in the previous tournament was that my BCs had a global cooldown for using Yamatos. That's how I made sure I didn't like double tap the same target. So if I had like 8 BCs, they would fire like once every 2 seconds or something, which is terrible. You want them all to like launch the Yamatos right away. And now they're better at it. Each one they're picking a different corruptor to shoot at. Where's the Cleep Curring squad? I didn't have it in that build. I think that build never builds a Banshee. And the Creep Curring squad is a Raven and a Banshee that just kind of walks around the other creep, clears it up. But I do have Ravens with that build, so the Ravens follow my BCs. It kind of somewhat does the job versus creep. And then my Ravens will also clear expansion bases that I want to take. Of burrowed Zerglings and creep tumors. Alright, let's go back to the list, because that was a fail. Which one is it? Let's do this one first. I think it's pretty easy. So that's just kind of picking the defense position. I want to make sure if my natural base is an orbital command, then my army is defending the natural base. If it's a planetary, then it's okay for them to sit on the main base ramp. Because I did see that was an issue. Okay, so let's go to... I think it would just be in the army manager. Set defensive position. No, this one. Set army rally points. Oh, it says if it's no C. Again, kind of too many brackets here. I'm not sure what's going on. Wait, what? So the wall's not under attack, and do wall the natural. Alright, so that's going to be false. Don't think it should matter. Either way, if it's an orbital, I should be defending my natural base, not retreating to my main. Trying to think, like, say I lose the wall at my natural and a whole bunch of units break in. I think as long as I have a command center in my natural, I should be just defending my natural. If he destroys it, then obviously I can go back to the main. So I don't think this variable should be in the equation.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Okay. So I protect new bases first. That's my rally points. And then I protect whatever my forward base is. Yeah, so then that'll cover everything where I'm 3 bases or more. So if I'm only on 2 base, which is at this part of the code, this is the main base wall. So sometimes I have a bunker in my natural before I get my base in my natural, in which case I want to defend the bunker. Okay, so that's what this is about. If I'm walling off my natural, or if I have a bunker in my natural, then I want to defend there. So I kind of want something like bunker at nat, or wall at nat, or nat is an OC. That's kind of what I want it to be, I think. So this variable just says whether I intend to wall the natural or not. That's not probably the best way to do this. So I think I can cover these two by just saying if I have a structure near my that bunker position, because that would cover the wall off and the bunker. So let's do that. Set of unit types. Okay. So I think I can do that here. So I'm looking for any of my structures. Oh, I don't have a list of structures. Okay. Let's do this the old-fashioned way. Get my units. Check to see if it's a structure. Does this include auto turrets and stuff? No, it excludes auto turrets. Okay. Maybe we'll create a variable for this, or a method for this. Is any structure nearby? And then I'll need a position. Oh, but what if it's flying? What if it's just like a command center flying over top that area? God damn. Do I have something for natural wall? Is net wall structure? Okay, let's do it that way. So look at all of our units, all of narrowed down to mine. And then make sure that, check to see if the unit is a Check to see if it's a natural wall structure. So this gives me a list of all of my natural wall structures. That would include the bunker. And if it's not empty, then I have a bunker or a natural wall. Oh, there's so many scenarios that come up. Oh, if it's blocked, I kind of adjust the positions though. Oh, well, we'll say this is good enough. Okay, so that covers this part. Then it'd be or. Okay, let's try to clean this up a bit. Let's put this in a separate if statement. So if my main base wall is under attack, I don't want to open the wall to go down. Otherwise, I need to defend it in front of my natural if I have a natural wall or a bunker there, or if my natural base exists and is an orbital command. That's probably not the best method to choose here. What am I trying to do? Whoops, that's wrong. Now that I actually work as a programmer, my work laptop is a Mac, which means I've lost all of my Windows hotkeys in my brain. I should keep trying to use the Mac hotkeys for IntelliJ. I guess I'll just save that. Is there a better method for this? Is anyone this an optional? No. Okay. I don't know how we'll ever test this. So we'll just call it done and pretend I did it right. Let me just double check it one more time in my brain. Baseball is not under attack, and either there's a natural wall structure that exists, or my natural base exists and my natural base is an orbital command. What if it's not an orbital command yet? It's just a regular command center. I'm gonna say if it's not a planetary. Okay, good enough. Let's do something more fun this time. Might want to take a look at this Cyclone Micro again, see what's going on with that. It'd be hard to track down this one. Yeah, I think I saw a game against... I want to say it was Micro Machine. Let's see if I can find that replay. I think it was this one. Seven megs for one replay file. Typical replay file is like 1,000th of that size. But when you got two bots doing spamming actions, the file just gets gigantic. I don't have the alerts on this scene. But yeah, thanks Craig for the gifted sub to Cam Creed Cheese. Megazord cry. Bringing over my own strategy in TVT from as a human. Spoil all three first and you don't need to deal with them. It's more of a tank Viking build, but I think my bot makes some cyclones, so... Was it this game I saw it in, actually? Maybe it wasn't. Oh, what game was it? Maybe it was against Tyr. Mass Cyclone build. I think it's this one. Yeah, I don't even have a Cyclone. This is not the right game. Oh yeah, I could... Well, I've downloaded a few games already. That's true, I could check the downloads folder. Otas. Yeah, it's probably that tier 1. Is Micro Machine still getting updates? No, he is not. He's still actively putting his bot on the ladder every season, so I'm guessing he's still around. He might code in little changes here and there just to adapt to patches and stuff, but I don't know. Last I heard, his side project was building a bot that buys and sells stocks. Nice little scout. Yeah, this feels right. I feel like I was like messing around with the high ground and stuff and a sight blocker, and my cyclones are being kind of dumb. I'm not sure if it's this game either, actually. I feel like the answer to locking onto Cyclone should always be never. Lock onto siege tanks now. Because back in the day I could lock onto them and just move to the 14 range. Because Cyclones get outrange, but now Cyclones don't outrange, so... It's good so far. Like, there is one actually. Saw a Marine that wasn't locked onto. The lock-on's actually on cooldown. Why is it on cooldown? Am I missing something? Isn't lock-on like instantaneous now? Looks like these guys tried to target that. Yeah, like where's this guy going? Why aren't they all locking on right here? He's on a move command. There's a whole bunch of them just on a move command right now. There's no army units in there. Is this true? Is there a 5-second cooldown with cyclones? Or is this a bug in the map? Because we do have to emulate the current balance patch. I thought as soon as you lose a lock, you can lock on again. Yeah, Cyclone's not going to be a good enough search term, is it? Cyclone SC2. Lock on cooldown removed. Okay. This makes me feel better though. That's probably why I was noticing my Cyclone's like wandering forward a bunch of times. Because I couldn't lock on. I wonder if it's specific to that map or if there's another one. I didn't actually check the map. Hopefully this isn't the same map. Yeah. Well, I think finally gotta get a new monitor when I get a new video card, which is probably gonna be soon. Which means my beautiful 30-inch 16 by 10 monitor that's lasted me so many years is gonna have to be dumpstered. It's actually a straight nerf to use that in SC2. You'd think 16 by 10 would give me a little bit more vertical vision, but a little less horizontal vision. But it's actually the same vertical vision, and they just zoom it in. So I don't get to see as much as other StarCraft players do. I was supposed to be checking the lock on cooldown, wasn't I? I'm just fast forwarding through the game. Which one's locked on? This one? There you go. Yeah, 5-second cooldown. Okay, we won't look at the second Lyco then until the maps are fixed. Yeah, check won't expand beyond 2 bases. Let's look at that one. Could be the same issue as I was looking at before, where I couldn't expand versus Eris at the end of the game. So hopefully if I find the solution to this, it'll fix both scenarios. I do need to look at my downloads though. I think it was a game I actually ended up winning against Raiden. Yeah, this season's had a late start because there was a lot of issues getting the maps to work. The last balance patch is kind of a shit show. Not only in how it was pulled off, but how it was technically implemented as well. So it was hard for us to fix it. Plus, Scarlet was actually our map wizard who was able to implement all these new patch stuff for us, and I think she stepped aside. Someone else took over the job, so. So it took a long time to get these maps working, and it looks like there's still flaws in them. This is an old Cyclone build, I can tell because they're tech labbing the factories to build Cyclones. See, this is the scenario where I have my natural base, but I'm defending my main base, and I think that's fine when it's a planetary. So my previous fix is when this is an orbital, I want my units out here. I've already forgotten why I brought this game. Oh, because it wasn't expanding, right. Yeah, this is the game. So, I guess I'll check out the logs. This was on Oceanborn versus Raiden. Right, 2-6. Let's copy that. I can't get the logs from here. Da, da, da. Seven, 4, 7. This one. Time are we at in the game? Around the 9-minute mark, and it's refusing to expand. Well, let's do it not with the Void Razor here. Okay, let's say now. 11-minute mark. Maybe 11:30. Yeah, okay. So try to figure out why it won't expand. What build am I doing anyways? One day Spanchi Cyclone. Okay. All right, 11:30. Which base is it? 012. This one. Untaken. Not dried up. Able to place. Hmm. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to figure out this one either. Uh, no, so against Protoss, one base, Banshee Cyclone. Expanded main will be false. Okay. Prioritize expanding will be false. So it'll go into here. Oh, I did get cannon rush at the start of this, didn't I? So if I'm getting cannon rush and I want to expand, it'll build a macro CC instead. If I'm nowhere near fully saturated, I'll build a macro C as well. Otherwise, I'm building an expansion. So I'll never go into this. This will be interesting. This cannon rush could be why I didn't expand. But I did chat out cannon rush defense completed. So let's look for that code. Cannon rush defense completed. Let's go back to that point in time. So at that point in time, if any of my if I have SCVs pulled to attack a probe or a photon cannon, but I don't have any SCVs pulled. So this should be false. Oh, this is one of those like weird cases, right? So if this list is empty and I say, do any of them match this? Then the answer will be no because it's empty. Or wait. There's this weird logic when it goes around Boolean scenarios with an empty data set. How does it know if any of them are true? It checks to see if one of them is false. So if it's empty, then it doesn't find one of them that's false. So no, that should still be true. I don't know. Let's just play it safe. And when we exit the cannon rush, let's just reset this variable to true. Well, these aren't necessarily... Well, these are just the targets. These aren't to do with SCVs. I'm not sure why I have SCV in the class name, because Marines are shooting the target. Yeah, it could be some weird thing with this. There's one of them that's like the opposite. What do you think? Either none match or any match when you work on an empty list. Or if you really, really think about it, it's correct, but what pops in your head doesn't make sense. It's like, are any of these balls in my hand red? Right? But there's no balls in the hand. So is it yes or no? Kind of depends how you look at it. So that might fix it. I think that's probably all I want to do with that. Let me just go back to that code again. See if there's anything else that jumps out at me. Because I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But just to still purchase a macro OC. Is there space for macro OC in my base? Probably. I think I always make sure there's at least room for one. Yes, this might not be it. Actually, I can see that in the logs. I think somewhere it shows. Oh no, it's empty. There isn't space for it. Interesting. So there is one position. And somewhere between 5:30 and 6, the position disappears. Well, this is an unrelated bug. Somewhere between 5:30 and 6. This bot is a mess. Nothing happened between 5:30 and 6. I was thinking, okay, maybe the Void Ray came in and killed like a macro orbital I was building, and there's a bug there. Like literally nothing's going on. At 5:30, somewhere in my base, I have set aside a position for a macro orbital. And 6 minutes is gone. Was I actually trying to build a macro orbital during that time? Added to queue, command center at 5:30. Maybe it's stuck in the purchase queue. Do I show the purchase queue somewhere? There it is. At 6 minutes, there's nothing in the purchase queue. So something weird happened when I tried to build a command center. We add it to the purchase queue, and it's going to be a macro orbital. Because it takes that, it grabs that position in the macro orbital, and then it never builds. Oh no, wait. Sorry, that's not empty. This is what's in here. Banshee speed, command center, armory, and building armor. Six minutes. Depot, Banshee speed, command center. Banshee speed, command center. So maybe it's stuck behind Banshee speed. No, Banshee speed's done. So now it's just command center at 7:30. And 8. And 8:30. And 9. So it's not building it for some reason. Let us try doing the same build on the same map locally. And then maybe I can figure out what's going on if I can replicate it. The hell game was it? This one. I don't know maps by looking at them yet. Oceanborn. One base Banshee Cyclone. Casters always get mad at me when they cast my bot. Because I name things one base when it's not a fast expand. So it's like, they expect it to be an all-in. It's like, why is he expanding? He said one base. To be fair, they're right. It's a bad name I have. Okay, so one base Banshee Cyclone. And we'll play it on Oceanborn. And using the old version of StarCraft. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to build it in the macro CC position. So I was trying to build in my main base. We'll try to get the bottom spawn. I don't think it's going to try to build in the main base again. I think the reason that all happened was because of that cannon rush kind of messed up my saturation and my expansion timing. So I was probably only on 1.5 bases. So there's like, my bot's just like, okay, there's no point building this command center at the third. I'll just make it an orbital command. It's a macro orbital. End up playing Protoss. Let's make everything the same. I can tell because it's blocking off the Reaper jump point. Wrong spawn. You should be on the bunker, actually. I do think I messed up this that method for where to rally my units to. Yeah, so it's building on location. Last thing to do on the first frame, let's change yeah, build expansions in the main. Let's turn that on. Now it should try to build that macro command center instead of taking the third. At the wrong spawn. Let's just see if it builds that command center. My bot stops doing any sort of attack except for planetary fortress attacks. That's funny. There's actually a couple bots who have coded into the bot blocking command centers from landing with their probes, just because I started like harassing the bot ladder with PF offensive planetaries. Keep forgetting. I'm trying to get the bottom spawn. Yeah, I kind of just guessed the position and the size for this window. That turned out pretty good. Maybe it's a smidge higher. What's wrong? Oh, I got the top spawn again. Like, there's one time I did this and I thought it was broken because I was trying to get a certain spawn and I got the same spawn like 26 times in a row. It's like, there's no way it's random at that point. That's like winning the lottery sort of odds. But on attempt 27, it actually gave me the right spawn. And it looks like we're trying to beat that streak right now. Like this is like 6 or 7 in a row in the top spawn. Which is probably already like a 1 in 10,000 chance. Whatever 2 to the power of 9 is. Okay, you gotta be kidding me. What's going on here? Give me the bottom spawn. Oh my gosh. It's a different seed every time. We cannot control the spawn location. Hey! I was unlucky. What was that? I was over 10 times in a row in the top spawn. Okay, we got the bot and spawn. I got my bot set up to build the extra command centers in my main base. So saving up. Wait, what's that? Planetary. Is that supposed to be a planetary? It's not expanding though. Yeah, look. Command center's in the list there. Okay, so that's good. Let's breakpoint this somewhere. See if we can track it down. Purchase queue. Command center. Position 162. Okay, let's try. Maybe it's trying to build on top of another structure. Let's draw it on the map. Debug helper, draw box. Um, Position, color, radius. Green, sure. Radius is 2.5. Trying to build right there. Looks fine. Oh, no. Is it fine? That's too close to the gas, isn't it? Yeah, that's like a depot away from the gas. You gotta be 3 away from the gas. Okay. So yeah, there's something very specific to this map that's gonna mess up. Because that position doesn't work. Oh. Alright. At least we found this bug. So my algorithm for solving these position locations. It is a monster. Anything terrain related is so difficult to implement. I used to just hard code all the positions, but then like every time new maps came out, it was just a bunch of work. So I finally built something to do it for me. Let's restart again. See how that command center position gets set. Oh no, not this again. Give me the south base, please. Oh my god. Okay, so it didn't find any macro positions, so it's going to replace 2 production positions, like 2 starport positions with a command center. So it's just looking for 2 of those positions next to each other. Let's draw these out so I have an idea what's going on. I have a method for this actually. No. Placement. Visualize these. No. Let's visualize the whole map. Does that work? Kinda. Good enough. Yeah, so it's grabbing these 2 starport positions here and saying, okay, I need space for an orbital or for a command center. Let's make this a command center space. But it doesn't take into account that that gas is nearby. Uh, So I'm basically just looping through all of these starport positions and seeing if one is above another one. And that's the only check I do. I guess I should also check maybe if either position is, say, here to here. One, two, three, four. 4.5 by 1, 2. No, 5 by 2. 7, 8, 9. I think 9 is probably a safe number. Make sure that both. 9's probably too much. Maybe 8. If either of them are within 8 range of a refinery, then I should keep going through the loop. So something like I guess from minerals and gas. It's very rare that there'll be 2 stacked starports near a mineral. Because minerals are usually right at the back of the base. I think we can ignore the minerals. This is like a gas. Well, no, we should look at both. Get enough range from I don't even have to check distances. Let's just query the placement. This is like kind of if you try to build a structure and it shows up green or red, I can kind of emulate this here. So if that returns false, then you have not a valid CC position. I wonder if I need to do this anywhere else. the same idea. Sometimes I try to replace 3 starport positions with 2 command centers. And if either one of those positions cannot fit a CC, continue. The only problem is these queries are a little bit slow and I'm doing it inside a loop. I hope this doesn't slow down my first frame too much. Shouldn't be too bad because it's looping through like a list of 15 or something. So should be all right. And in here as well. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if it can fit that 5x5 shape. I'm not checking to see if it's it's valid for building command centers. I never really thought about the mineral patches and gas geysers. So I gotta do the same nonsense here, don't I? Anywhere else? I think that's it. Okay. Let's try this again. Come on, bottom spawn. Okay, good. Debug helper, drawbox, at P, color green, radius 0.5. All right, there we go. So now it's choosing this position instead, which is safely far enough away from these two. So now we should have no issue building the third base. Building the third command center. Before I forget, let's get rid of that temporary line of code I put in here. think I know what's causing these guys to be here and not over here as well. Yeah, so I built it here. I wasn't really paying attention, but I'm pretty sure that's command center. It built it okay. It's able to build the fourth base now. This is always a little sketch when like I'm building a command center with the intent to float it out probably. And then during that time I get enough money for another command center and I go to expand. So then I'm starting one here and the one I have done that's ready to float out has to go to the fourth instead of the third. If you lock onto Colossus, can you outrange it? You can't, can you? Still probably worth locking onto it. Cyclones are probably very good versus Colossus. All right. So we solve that issue. Yeah, repair by SCV is running off. Let's go take a look at that one. So I think... Oh, what game would that be from? I think it was a game against Ben, but I was watching. I've already forgotten why I'm looking at this replay. Repair by SCVs, right? Okay. Make more sense I have more bases, I guess. Auto turret cyclone fail. Not sure what that means. I mean, he's trying to cast an auto turret against the cyclone. Who knows? Let's see. We got Only 10 SCVs on minerals here, so like they can go back to this base. But then when these 4 SCVs finish, one goes to this base, 2 go over here. See, like, I think what's happening is my code is saying this SCV is available, and then the next chunk of my code, somewhere else, says here's an available SCV. Which base requires this SCV the most? And it's not really taking into account the distance. Because it gets to the point where these repairs are happening at multiple bases, and like SCVs are just scattering all over the map at all times because they're going to the, you know, to the perfect base, even though it's far away. And like SCVs that are repairing here might say, oh look, this mineral line needs workers, so I'll go over there. And then these SCVs over here will say, oh look, this mineral line needs workers, so I'll go over here. So they end up switching bases. And like, I think if I build like a new SCV, say a new SCV pops out of this command center, then yeah, let's send it to the most ideal base. But perhaps for these repair SCVs, I should just kind of just remember what mineral patch they're on and send them back to that mineral patch, rather than making them use the same generic free code. That's not good either. Yeah, like where are these 2 guys off to? They came here because these SCVs got pulled off the line to repair. So when they finish, they're going to go over here. These guys can't decide which base is closer, I think. Whether they want to go here or here. Not quite sure. I think he just leaves before getting repaired. Looks like there's a whole bunch of bugs in that code. I don't want to look at that code because it's pretty ugly. But I think I should at least fix this SCV thing, because this is a major issue. Like, literally when you get into like these non-stop fights, which kind of happens in the bot meta, I'm just destroying my own income by having like 20 SCVs at any point in time, like running from one base to another. Oh man, this high ground vision's killing me. And about PC living up to his name though. These VCs are getting like infinite value. Forcing repairs, but they're killing a bunch of stuff and getting Yamato's off. Yeah. Or maybe, I think what's happening when I'm doing the calculation, like say like an SCV is ready to go find which base should I go to. I think it's considering this base undersaturated because it's not accounting for these SCVs up here. So maybe just the method that decides that, the method that counts how many SCVs are at a current base, maybe I should just have it include these repairing SCVs that are nearby. Maybe that will lessen the problem. And it might be an easier fix. Okay. Let's search for the word repair bay, because I have not looked at this code in forever. Yeah, so it's done repairing. I'd literally just free it up and say go somewhere, and then later on, this is just treated like a new SCV, and it gets sent off somewhere. So maybe it's not the repair bay I should be looking at. I should be looking at the code that sends SCVs to a new, to a mineral patch, which worker manager maybe. Ugh, what a mess. Refinery. Okay, yeah, I'll be picked up as an idle SCV. Put all those idle SCVs to work. Let's see what's going on in here. Get best undersaturated mineral. Okay. Yeah, so when it picks up these idle workers, it's just looking at all the mineral patches for all the bases I own. Finding a patch with less than 2 SCVs, and judging them based on what's this position? I was looking at the position of the SCV. Let's rename that so it's a little more useful of a name. So I'm doing some sort of calculation here to decide what's the best patch. That involves how far away the SCV is from the patch. Whether the patch is one of those big patches. You want to double up on those big patches first. I think that's what this means is close patch. Yeah, if it's one of those large mineral patches. Let's rename that too, actually, over here. Is large patch. have a far patch? No. Okay. So I think I'm putting too much weight on doubling up the large patches. Because yeah, like this will completely override any distance. Even if the distance is having to cross the entire map, that distance does not equate to 500. The entire diagonal across the map is maybe 150, 200. So I think like okay, if there's an SCV that spawns from my main base orbital, and there's a large patch at the natural that needs doubling up on, I should send it to the natural. That makes sense. If it's the base next to it, that would be like 20 distance. Siege tank shoots 11. Yeah, so each base is about 20 distance away. So let's make this 30. That's a little more reasonable. What's the last part of this calculation? So we got distance, a bonus 30 because if it's a large patch. This is such a bad way to calculate because this could go negative too, couldn't it? No, because bed mass. This gets divided first. Okay, that's fine. How many minerals are left? Divided by 2. So it's also putting a lot of weight on how fresh the mineral patch is. If you declare a boolean in Java without a value, is it null, false, or true? Well, it depends what boolean you're talking about. There's a primitive boolean that will just be false. But then there's also a boolean object. All the primitive objects now. I guess you have to assign it a value. But this can be null. The boolean object can be null. But you can kind of treat them the same. You can just say this equals true, and you can say this equals true, and you can use them in the same manner. Oh, it doesn't like that variable name because I already used that one. Yeah. The object can be true, false, or null. The primitive can only be true or false. And if you don't set it, it's false by default. Let's just replace this whole thing. If I have an idle SCV somewhere and I want to send it to mine, what are the major factors? These are major factors, like putting it to fresh mineral patches, putting it on large mineral patches because they're typically the closer patch, so you'll get higher income out of them. Actually, I guess that kind of... Maybe, actually, I kind of like that old name better, now to think about it. Because this is kind of to do with speed mining. Oops. Technically, a large patch could be further away, but in this context, I'm using it to define the close patches. Okay. What was this before? This is 500. Maybe these two things are weighted decently. Let's see, 500. Typical mineral patch has like 1,000 minerals. That'd be like 500. So you don't want to mine out the lowest patches first, and you do want to mine from the close patches because you have a higher income. But then you also want to pick something nearby. I don't know. Let's just make these way smaller and see what happens. 1/4 and do 1/4 to that. So they basically made the distance parameter like 4 times higher weight. That'll help a bit. I guess the other thing we can do is... It's kind of too much work though. The other thing is when I pull SCVs to repair this, I can kind of make my bot think that those SCVs are still assigned to these mineral patches. So they never actually become idle SCVs. It's just once they're done repairing, then they'll go back to doing their speed mining on these mineral patches. But I know that code is messy, and I'm likely to create more bugs in doing that. So I think we'll just stick with this small change for now and see how bad it is on the ladder. If it kind of helped it, then it might be one of those good enough scenarios. All right, so now we are doing pathing, which is brand new to me. I know there's something called A#, which calculates pathing. Besides that, I don't really know. There might be probably a Java library I can use for this. Yeah, well, for SC2 bots, Python actually has the best framework. It's really fleshed out. This Java one's super raw. I need to do everything myself. And there's actually 3 Python frameworks you can choose from. Eris, the #1 bot, is built in Python. Yeah, my secondary goal was to make an SC2 bot. My first goal was to learn Java, so that's why I chose this. But like most of the frameworks are better than the Java one. Maybe the C++ one's not as good or as equally as bad, but like the C# one's awesome. The Go one's really good. I think the Haskell one's super raw. Same with the Ruby one. But any of the other ones done by a major bot is probably better than the Java one. The Rust one's pretty good too. Okay. So pathing. Time to Google. A star? A star pathing? Let's see what that starts off with. Okay. A sharp. Nope. Let's get something better than that. I wanted to be able to search on a grid, but I wanted to be able to do diagonals. Because ugh. Um yeah, like if my one base is here, and my other base is here, and say there's a paintbrush on this thing. Yeah, say the train's like that. Like I want the path to come out like this. I don't want the path to be like this, right? Because it's the same amount as of ups and rights. But I want if like either I want it to go like this if I can't do diagonals. I'm not actually using it for movement, so don't worry. I just want it. I want this is the kind of path I want to check. Or if I can't you do diagonals, I want it to go like this. So let's look for A star pathing with diagonals. Maybe not even A star. Let's just look for pathing algorithm. So maybe that's a limitation of A star that I can't do.
And then the edges are the connections between these nodes.
Dijkstra's algorithm. That sounds familiar. I think that's pathing. Sure. Yeah, exactly. I don't want that. I do want the diagonal like that. The image on the left is what happens. The image on the right is what I want to actually happen. Okay. This is a detail that maybe I don't care about at the moment. Let's see if there is a Java pathing algorithm library. Something I can just kind of plug and play. A star grid finder. Oh, Building. That's a reputable website. Pathfinding in this. Okay, this is building it yourself. I can tell because this is a recursive call. This is definitely like the main example where recursion finds its use. Should I just use this random one? "96 stars, 26 forks." That's a pretty good sign. Could be useful. Okay, the library works on a bunch of interfaces. The implementation current options are Data Star Grid Finder, Jump Point Finder, A Star Grid Finder. I mean, the grid finders are probably what I'm looking for. Because I'm mapping out, I'm creating my map as a grid. How to use? You need to create a graph. So just a 2D array of cells. That's fine. Wait, what's a grid class? Grid cell class? Okay, an array of grid cells. That's some sort of object I can create myself. Oh, option. Allow diagonal. That's exactly what I was looking for. Awesome. Okay. Good, good. But like you got the giant grid, right? How do I tell it like, okay, you're not allowed to path into this cell? That's I'm a little bit foggy on. Create a navigational grid with the cells you just created. Okay. Now you need a finder, which can work on your graph. Okay, set up a finder, whatever, cool. Or create your own. Maybe I haven't just gotten far enough. Okay, so this is just setting what algorithm I'm using. Once you have both the graph and the finder, you can find paths within your graph at any time. It's probably in here when I'm creating these cells. But, okay, is this grid cell? Maybe this is, okay, this is not any object. This is something specific to this library. Right now, the only implementation is grid cell. What is grid cell? Grid cell. Okay, it's a very specific object. I give it the XY coordinate, but then I also can set whether it's walkable or not. Okay. This is something like if you take computer science in university, you probably learn all this stuff. I did not do that, so a lot of this, a lot of these things don't come easily to me because I haven't done it in the past. Like just based on interview questions I've done in the past, which are geared towards university students. This feels somewhat familiar. Okay, so let's give this thing a try. How do I install this? Okay. These build managers are also kind of new to me. Needs to give us the Gradle and I need the Maven. I think I would just add it in as a dependency, right? Hey, success. Do I have the library now? com.github. Something. Za Guzman. com.github.za Guzman. There it is. Sweet. Okay, it's in my project now. There's the grid cell. Now, I bet a lot of times they write the README and then they make 1,000 changes to their repository and then they don't update the README. I have a feeling this may not be the most latest version. Let's double check that. The version they're actually on. The question is, how do I check that? Version. How do I know the version of a library? I feel like it says it somewhere on the front page. Nine years ago. Oh man, this is pretty old. He stopped working on it quite a while ago. Which is fine. I mean, it's not like this is something you'd have to be constantly updating. Let's say update the README. So there were a couple changes after that version. So there's probably a new one. I tried the releases section on the right. Ah. There aren't any releases. I think this is where it would be, though. I think you're right. Okay, yeah, there it is. Well, in terms of tags, it goes only as high as 0.2.6. Just for the kicks. Let's see if I put in 0.2.7, if anything happens. Okay, yeah, it doesn't exist. Okay, 6 it is. Okay. So let's grab that code they did. Let's okay, let's just go into our testing bot here. And we'll do it on the game start. Okay, so we need to, what do we need to do? Actually, no. Testing bot may not know the base locations, does it? Let's do it in our main bot. The end of on start sounds like a good spot. Let's grab the code from here. Done. Okay. Now you need a finder. Okay. A-star grid finder sounds good to me. Or create your own pathfinder options. Oh, but I do want those options. Keep clicking on the wrong thing. So this comes pre-built with the zone options, I assume. Create a finder either using the default options or create your own pathfinder options. Ah, I see. And then you assign it the options to the A-star. So this is what I want here. Right, so that's the exact option I want, is to allow diagonals. Once you have both a graph and a finder, you need to find paths within your graph at any time. That's pretty easy. That's the XY coordinate of the start position, XY coordinate of the end position, and then I put in the grid. Okay, so now all I need to do is populate these cells. So, where the hell did I do that again? Influence maps, right? Do I really not have a map for... I don't know why I made these all. I could just make this one object instead of 500 primitive array lists. I do not have one for whether position's pathable or not. Oh, maybe because it's built in, actually. There might already be a map in the Java framework itself. Yeah. Let's look deep into the Java framework. Is pathable. It's got to be looking at a map, right? Pathing grid. Image data. Pathing grid. What the hell is image data? I thought there'd be a map in here. Is this a pixel map? Bits per pixel size data. Okay, screw that. Let's make our own. Maybe it's the placeable one that has. No, that's coming from image data as well. What the hell is image data? Bits per pixel, size, data, image type. This is reading from the proto. So this is coming directly from the Blizzard API. What is the data? Byte string. Well, okay, this is way too far beyond me. Let's get out of that deep dive. Let's just create our own, I guess. Yeah, so on game start, we'll need to set pathable grain. But then if I don't already have one, then I should probably be using that grid object anyways. Let me see what I'm supposed to be doing here again. I need a 2D array of grid cells. And a grid cell consists of the setters for F, G, and H. What the hell is that? Index, open parent, walkable. I guess walkable X and Y is all I care about.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. quoth the raven. Nevermore.
Okay, screw it. Let's just do something sample-y here. Okay. Okay, min x, max x, and then we loop through min y, max y, and then we check if it's pathable. No, not if pathable. We just I've used arrays so infrequently. Why is this grayed out? Remove redundant initializer. Oh. But don't you have to set the size of an array? I feel like you do, don't you? uh, it's new writ. Yeah. Why did I set these and not these? I do not know how arrays work. What's the goal of creating this pathing algorithm? Okay, here's the goal. So say I got a bunch of bases. There's a few goals actually. Say these are all my bases. And I've created paths for each of these. This is the main base, and this is the, oops, paintbrush. and this is the path to my natural, and this is the best path from here to here, and this is the best path from here to here. So I kind of create all these ideal paths from each base to each base. And there's a few things I can do this for. So say I want to expand, and I got an SCV right here, and I got this space, and this space all available. Right? I can check every position along the path to see if it's under attack or if the enemy is nearby. Right? So if there's an enemy army over here, I know, hey, I can go expand to this space or this space. And if you know, same idea, say I want to build my main base is under attack, so I want to build, or say my natural's under attack, say the enemy army is right here, and I want to build a structure over here, then I can say, okay, if I take an SCV from here, I can't get there safely, so let me take an SCV from this base and go build over there. Basically, there's actually quite a few things I could use for this. And if I preload all these, like pathfinding's super slow, which is not good for bots. But if I just figure out all these paths once, then I can use these, I can check these paths to kind of see how to navigate. Also, like maybe I want to transfer SCVs to this space here, but there's an army in the way, so I can kind of go all the way around, like take some like long about route, because like this way is safe, but going the direct way is not safe. I don't know. I feel there's a lot of tools I can use with it. Plus, you know, it might be kind of interesting to code. Yeah, so I'll do this at the beginning of the first frame of the game. I'll calculate the paths between every combination of bases, is what I'm thinking. We'll have to see how slow that is. Maybe I'll only do it for the bases on my side of the map. But yeah, there's 16 bases, and then that's... Oh my gosh, math. If there's 16 bases, the total combinations would be... That's not factorial, but whatever, it would be 15 plus 14 plus 13. So it'd be like 8 times 15. 400? We'll say in around 400 combinations. 400 paths to solve. But I don't have to do the reverse because I'll already have that. So it'll be 200. Yeah, it won't be that bad. See you again, cream cheese. Have a good one. But yeah, once it's working, once it's created those paths, I'll be able to visualize it on the right on the screen. I'll be able to draw it in, and then we'll see if that'll show whether it worked or not. Okay, whatever. I always thought with the raise you had to initialize the size. Okay, it's time to go super basic. Java, how to initialize an array. You declare an array by name, however, it merely declares the array. It does not initialize it. The array has a value of null. So that's giving it values. I don't really care about that. Yeah. Yeah. So 2D array would be equals new grid cell. And then you give it a size. I still don't get why it's grayed out and it wants me to get rid of it. Variable cells initializer is redundant. Why is it redundant? Oh, probably because I set it to null afterwards. That's why it's like, you don't need this if you're just going to immediately set it to null. Whatever. What if I comment that out? Okay, okay, okay. I got it. I wasn't done yet, IntelliJ. Jeez. Okay. So as I'm going through each of these positions, I'm going to say cells at this position. So at X and Y equals new grid cell. And then, well, let's pop this out. Grid cell dot X is X. Grid cell dot Y equals Y. Grid cell dot set walkable is this. This decides if it's walkable or not. Does it really not have a constructor for this? There's no constructor, you're taking XY? Oh, here's one. XY and walkable. Okay, I can do it all in one line. So now I don't even need that variable anymore. Okay. Radius speed 0.5 f. Okay. So I'm gonna throw a breakpoint on. Okay, let's try this out. So that's just this is pathable? Oh. This doesn't look right. Looks kind of right. I guess technically all this is pathable by air. There's a dead space here. This map doesn't really have any. It's pathable the wrong. Oh, I'm just drawing a box for every cell. That's stupid. Okay, that's looking better. I think these are drawn in. It's just it's under the ground. Yeah, because this ramp's drawn in, kinda. I think there's also an offset of 0.5, if I recall correctly. What am I doing here? Yeah, I think there's an offset of 0.5. Let me think here. Hmm. But we're using them as an index. Okay, we can't do that. Am I doing +1 and -1? Well, that's fine. So this will need that's the index. Actually, maybe the 0.5 thing doesn't matter. It's nice for drawing those boxes, and if our using it for placing structures, it's important. Yeah, that looks better. But like, it's okay to check all the corners. Well, maybe not, actually. It's important that these squares actually line up correctly, I think. Yeah, we'll keep it as is. Yeah, this, you can tell this box is just being covered by this terrain feature. So the ramps are included. Okay. Now let's see if this pathing library works. Get rid of this now. It says sample code uses a deprecated constructor. That's always good to know. So it's supposed to use this one, auto assign XY. True, I guess. Yeah, we want that, I think. Oh, what did the old one do? The old one, no, the old one says false. So let's stick with false. I knew his readme would be out of date with something. All right, allow diagonals is true. Is our finder, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's find the path. Okay. So let's find the path between position 2 dot get x and position 3, position 2 dot get y. So let's just go from our main base to the natural. Convert these into integers. So if there's any decimal places, let's get rid of them. And then it returns me a list of grid cells. So for each of these cells, let's draw the square. Dot green and say 0.25 radius. What happened? 0.25. Okay, actually. All right, let's see if this magical library does its magic. Null pointer exception. Path to end is null. Awesome. Good start. Okay, so we're going from 156.46 to 154.75. $30 to $170, $28 to $160. Should work. Let's look at cells. let's look at 156 and 46. So 156 was the X. This font's probably too small for you guys, but 156 and 46. And it says is walkable is false. Well, at the starting point you can't even walk on, then yeah, no wonder it returns null. Is walkable false? Why? Is it because there's a command center there? I bet it is. Is pathable consider structures? Let's try this again, see if we can find the path between the natural and the third base. Just in case my starting command center is the issue. All right, path to end actually has a path now. So it was the command center was the issue. So I was basically saying, like, how do I walk from this place to this place without stepping in the swamp? Also, you're starting in a swamp. So that's why I came back null. All right, so next line, we'll draw it on the screen. Let's see what we got here. This will be cool if it works. Oh, there we go. I mean, I don't see the diagonals. But that is a path from the natural to the third. See, like, if there's diagonals, like, I feel like you wouldn't have to go from here to here to here. I feel like it would just go from here to here. Like, in my brain, that's what a diagonal is. And then you could even go from like this, just go straight diagonal all the way down to like here. It would just make for a much closer to ideal path. But I mean, I'm not actually using this pathfinding for movement. I'm just kind of using it to say, you know, is the path from the natural base to the third base safe? I feel like that will be my use case, in which case this will be fine. Like if any of these points, like I just check all these points to see if they're in range of enemies attacks, which I already have a map for. And that'll work, but I would kind of want to get those diagonals to work. Allow diagonal. One would think maybe A star grid finder doesn't. I have a feeling A star doesn't do diagonal. But it's interesting that that's the example he had like early on the readme. Allow diagonal. How is this used? Don't cross corners. Orthogonal movement cost. Does orthogonal mean like horizontal and vertical? Given that there's a diagonal movement cost? Yeah, it must be, because orthogonal is 1 and diagonal is 1.4, which is, you know, given Pythagorean theorem of square root of 1 squared plus 1 squared. 2, square root of 2. Is 1.4 the square root of 2? More or less, right? What is a capital F? Isn't it small f? No. Okay. Allow diagonal. Let's see where this is used. I can't look inside the library. Let's try the other grid finder. Wait, wasn't there a whole bunch of grid finders? Theta star grid finder. Let's see if that one's any better. Try it again. Uh, there's only 3 points in this grid. Why is there only 3 points? $49, $120, $68, $121, and $68, $133. I guess this is a different kind of thing. Like if you draw a line between these 3 points, it's supposed to make the path or something. From here to here to here to here. This one's unrelated. Okay, that's not what I want. I guess we'll go with the A star one. I wish that diagonal thing worked though. Oh wait, did I cut and paste this and have it set to false? Like an idiot? I think I do probably. Where is it? Yep, I set it to false. Let's try true. Okay. Wait, does that mean it's true by default? Then I don't need this at all. Looks like it's true by default. So I don't need to actually set any options. So we'll just do it like this. I mean, I'm making the grid have the same dimensions as the SC2 map. But how I translate that that grid array into actual points on the map is up to me. Ah, we got diagonals. This is looking much better. Sweet. So what's our end result that we want? I kind of want like a 2D map where I put in any two base locations and it gives me the path between them, or all the points in the path between them. So I kind of want like a hash map. Integer. Is there, rather than doing a hash map of a hash map, is there some sort of collection for this? 2D map Java. 2D hash map. Map with two-dimensional key. Yeah, that would be lovely if something like that existed. Base 1, base 2, and then the list of values. Oh, you can make the... Yeah, you can do a pair as the key. Let's see what people suggest. Yeah, I like that. Rather than a hash map of a hash map, just have a 2-point key. Yeah, everyone's recommending that. Okay, sounds good. So when I put in the key of say like 1 and 2, then the value that it's going to return me is the path from base 1 to base 2. So key 1 and key 2 will be integers. Can these be primitives? Is that allowed? No. Okay. Thank you. And the value will be wait, what? Is this the right pair? That's not the right pair. Java assist compiler. Where do I get pair from? Pair. Java. This is the life of a programmer. Just Googling. Using pairs in Java. Java FX util. Okay. Like I don't have Java FX. Is that really where it is, or is this a really old article? Last updated 2024. Oh, okay, there's multiple options. Apache Commons. Apache Commons is probably the one. Mm. Can't believe pair is not built into basic Java or into the JDK. Um, yep. I can't remember Windows anymore. Is that? Okay, there we go. Okay. I have to relearn all my Windows shortcuts in my brain. Okay. Loaded that library. Now I can probably find this pair. There we go. Now, can I use primitives? No. And the value will be a list of grid cells, right? That's what these cells are, aren't they? Then, yeah, list of grid cells. So I need to loop through every single base combination. Okay, loop through all the bases once and twice, so then Yeah, this will basically just be like this. Base start, base end. And then we add this to the map. So let's rename that base pathing map. Base. Sure, whatever. Dot put. Ah, not what I wanted. How do you instantiate a pair? Pair dot of. There we go. Oh, I want the indexes. So let's make these old school loops. And I equals 0. I less than size I plus plus. Get I. Get J. Pair of I and J. And then the value will be this path to end. Now there is some duplication here, like finding the path from base 2 to base 3 and finding the path from base 3 to base 2 is kind of redundant. So I could make this twice as fast. Let's see how slow it is actually to do all this crap. Start time equals system dot current time millis. Start time. Oh, minus. All right, let's run this and see if it works. Yeah, I'm gonna cache all these paths. I'm just doing it once on the first frame. Right now I'm just test code. I'll put it into a proper place later. I guess that means I had an exception because the game's actually running. What happened? Nodes X and Y is null. Oh, right. I forgot about anything involving my starting base isn't going to work because of that command center. Let's just skip my starting base for now. All right, let's see what we got here. We got base pathing map. Bunch of immutable pairs. Let's look at one of them. This has a key from 4 to 5. And a value of nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, these are value of nothing. Well, these make sense. Going from base 1 to base 1. Base 8 to base 8. 9 to 9. But 2 to 3. That should have worked. Position 1, position 2. Also, it took 120 milliseconds. Although a lot of it's 0, so it's probably didn't actually do the pathfinding correctly. Do I need to create a new finder class every time? No. It's the same cells. So the finder will be the same. Let's put a breakpoint in the loop. See what's going on. All right, so yeah, same position. Okay, here we go. So position 1 and position 2 are completely different. Path defined has 55 entries. Pair of I and J. So it should have added that. Let's look at the path. Okay. Well, right now it's working. Oh. 155.74. Okay. It's not creating a new object every time. It's over. What? But this variable should only exist for as long as this loop exists. Why is it? It's like basically when it was setting the path for the third base, it was overwriting the first and second base path as well. It's like they're all sharing the same object, but I don't see why. All right, 3 of them are in there. Pathing map. 53, 53, 53. What is this returning? It's returning a list, and that list is somehow getting reused? What the hell? Okay, well, let's create a new object, I guess, every time. Seems completely unnecessary, but... equals new. No, equals... this list dot... No. It's new array list, right? Isn't there a constructor where you can put in a list? Yeah, you can put in a collection. Okay. So I can just stuff all this crap in there. And crap has been stuffed. Okay, let's see if this works better. I don't know how that list is getting reused. I feel like I don't understand programming right now. F9, F9, F9. Okay. Do we have 3 different things in this list? First one is a path of 0. Second one is a path of 53. Third one is a path of 24. Nice. Okay. So now I should be able to call up any path I want. So if I do something like 2 and 6. No, pair that of. That's stupid. Okay. If I get that. For each. And then I draw them on the screen. So that should draw it out there. I'm not actually sure which bases I picked. Here we go. So that goes from that base, and it's the best pathing route to this base. Nice. And if I change that to 2 other bases, say from base 3 to base 4, yep, from that base into this base. Sweet. Awesome. Okay, now there's just the issue with the main base. Because the main base says, okay, I can't path here because there's a command center. Zero, zero. Okay. So if I equals 0, we want to do something different. Otherwise, we'll return in that position. So what's a different thing we want to do? Main base. Main base middle position. Let's try that. No. Yes. Oh, then there's the enemies. Well, I can't see the enemy's hatchery, so that should be fine. Okay. Yeah, something like that, Bob Saget. Nope. Nope. Looks like we got an error. Why? Base index is 0. Main base mid position. So this position is 43, 141, and instead I'm using 46, 136. That's 5 to the right and 4 down. That should be not covered. 5 to the right is like over here, 4 down. Yeah, it's like here. Seems okay. It built it correctly from the middle of the main base. Anytime I'm looking at index 0, which is the main base, I take the main base midpoint. I don't know what's causing this. I thought for sure it was like the main base. All right, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, 7, 8, 1, 0, 1, 1. They all seem to be working. Which one does it die on? Let's try to figure out where this dies. I think there's a way to breakpoint on exception. Breakpoint on any exception. So when I is 13 and J is 6, it blows up. So that's the 14th base. Could it be that the pathing map knows that there's a hatchery at the opponent's base? This is so weird, like... Oh no, it's 13-6. Yeah, 13 is the 14th base. But why didn't it blow up on, like, when it was 13-1, or 13-2, or 13-3? How come all those worked, and only when it got to 13-6 did it blow up? What would base 6 be for me? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going from this base over to this base. I don't know. Let's do another special case for the enemy base as well, and hope it fixes it. Okay. So if it's my base, we'll use the middle of the base. If it's the enemy base, we'll use the middle of the enemy base. Otherwise, we'll just use the base location. I don't see why this should work, but we'll hopefully it will. No, blew up. Let's look at the exact error. This doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's my code. There must be something internal going on with it. The other weird thing is it worked when I skipped the first base. Why? Skipping the first base wouldn't... Because I was like base 6 in the enemy base. Like if I start these at 1, then it works. And like, I have that combination of 6 and 13. But if I include the main base in these pathing lists, for some reason it blows up. And if I go to the points where it blew up, breakpoints at any exception. I can see that I is 13 and J is 6. But 13 and 6 was calculated when I didn't have the main base. I don't get it. Null. It's looking at 3128. Yeah, the entire grid that I inputted to this library has become null somehow. All elements are null in this. How the hell did that happen? It's looking at x minus 1. Oh, wait, 70 has stuff. 40 does. "31 has elements, but 30 does not. Okay. Does the side of the map start at 30? I think I know what's happening here. Uh, yeah, it starts at 30. Okay. So basically it's on like 30 is the left. It's like way over on the left, like here. And then it's checking to see if it can go one this way, and that doesn't exist. One to the left. So oh. I think we'll just buffer one extra on each side. They'll all be not pathable, but that's fine. I still don't understand why removing my main base and it worked. Otherwise it didn't though. Okay. Do we have better luck this time? That's a yes. Did that include the main base? It did. Okay, sweet. So I think that's it. We gotta move this somewhere useful, but Let's check pathing from the main base this time. So from base 0 to base 5, we'll say. There you go. So it starts from the midpoint of this, so it's not blocked by the command center. And it finds a path to this our 6th base. Yeah, I might have said 14th base, but it was index 13 because it starts at 0. There's 14 bases on this map, so the index will go from 0 to 13. Okay. So let's put this code somewhere. And then we need a method to check to see if a path is safe. And from there, we basically got all the functionality we need to use for later things. We don't need this. Oh, how fast was it? 150 milliseconds. That's like really slow, but like if it's playing real time, I have maybe 40 milliseconds to get the job done. But like there's a lot of ways I could optimize this. I could you know, if it's like base 1 to base 1, I don't need to do the calculation. And then all the reverses I could reuse. Like if I've already calculated the path from base 1 to base 3, then that means I have the path from base 3 to base 1. I don't need to calculate it again. But again, this is just on the first frame. In bot versus bot meta, it's not a big deal. Because it waits for your bot to complete each step. And if you're playing real time against a human, then, you know, I'll miss out on like 2 or 3 frames of gameplay because of this going on at the start of the game. So I might not get my first action in the game until like a third of a second into the game instead of on second number 1 or in second 0 or whatever. So I don't really care. If this is something I was doing every frame, I'd really optimize it. But since I'm only doing it once at the start of the game, it can be slow, and that's fine. So I don't need that time stuff anymore. Don't need these comments. Yeah, good. Okay. We'll have a method to initialize everything. What's going on? Cannot do Windows hotkeys anymore. Call this from the main class. Um, then we'll want a method for like is path safe, for instance. It takes in like 2 indexes. Actually, probably best if he's taken any 2 positions on the map. And then find the closest base to that position, and then check the path. Find closest base index. Then I would get the information from the map. So map.get air of and then I can return so I look through every single position in that path and I check to see if any of them are unsafe. So for that, I'll check the influence maps, get value, influence maps at point, threat to ground, threat to ground plus buffer, probably threat to ground plus buffer. The X and Y. Cell.x, cell.y. Is that all I need? Yeah, and then that'll return if the path is safe. If none of these points in the path has a threat to the ground, it returns true. Otherwise, if any of them have a threat, then it returns false. Now I just need to, given any position, I need to find the closest base index. So, oh, how am I going to do this? Cache.baselist.stream minimum Brain is farting at the moment being that terrain height. I'm checking the terrain height to make sure they're at the same terrain height. Because sometimes a position might be really close to the third, but if it's on a different level of terrain, then it could be a really long path. Like, if I was standing like right here, the closest base should be my main base, but it might think the closest base is right here. Because it's close by distance, but it's not close by, you know, relative path. So I want to make sure we're on the same terrain height to begin with. So let's get the train height of whatever position's being sent in. Take start height, subtract the height of that base position, and then if the absolute value of those two things is less than 1, then they're basically on the same terrain height. And then of all the bases on the same terrain height, let's get the one that's the closest. Okay, map it to the base position. No, get CC position. So that's the closest base position that we found. And now I gotta change that into the index. Guess we just do it the old-fashioned way again. Second loop. Is this dot get I dot get CC position dot equals closest return I. What's the problem? Okay. Let's do another version of this method that takes in a unit. And calculates the same thing based on that. That gets position dot 2.2d. Okay. So I'll just grab the position of that unit and call this method. So I think this should work. So I call this method and give it unit, say like an SCV, and a base I want it to go to. Or a point I want to go to on the map. I find the closest base to the SCV and the closest base to the target I want to go to. Using those indexes, I look up the pathing map. And then from that pathing map, I check to see if every single cell doesn't have a threat to ground. And then I return true or false if the path is safe or not. And that would give me a rough idea of where I can send units and where I can't, like especially SCVs. Or where to pick SCVs from to build structures because the path is unsafe for other SCVs. I guess the one way to test it out is just spawn a whole bunch of enemy units somewhere halfway through a game. We'll see what happens. We should program more BM. That's actually very true. I haven't added any new. Haven't added any chat messages to my bot recently. Yeah, I definitely send my SCVs to the meat grinder. If I get enemy armies outside my natural, I'll just like continually send one SCV after another to try to build my third base. It's like first one dies, okay, send another. Next that one dies, okay, send another. I still have a breakpoint somewhere. Actually, no, it'd be good just rather than getting that true or false. Let's visualize it on the map. So draw a box at the start position. Maybe a 3D box. Draw. And we'll draw a 3D box to the M position. Let's draw another box of the closest base that we find. Running out of colors. We'll save green and red for the path. White, I guess. Okay. And then when we are yeah, then we'll pop something in here. Filter to all the ones that are unsafe. No, let's not do that. Next, let's sell that Y. And color and radius. Okay, for the color, if it's a threat, we will use red. Otherwise, we'll use green. Okay. So now we'll wait until our bot has a bunch of bases. And then I'll spawn some random enemy units in one place. And then I'll check to see if a path is safe for one unit that crosses through those enemies. And it should all be visualized. We'll get the true or the false. I guess we don't really have to wait, do we? Let's stop here. Okay, spawn a bunch of units by our bunker. Bunch of enemy units to start. Debug dot create unit. Least favorite units is create roaches. The bane to the auto turret and planetary. Uh, and it takes 2 integers. I don't remember what those are. I think one of them is like the player ID, enemy ID, and how many roaches. Put 10 in there. Let's go to the next game frame. Okay, there we go. All right. Do we have any units here? Each tank. Let's grab a random SCV and call this method and see how it works out. So base pathing dot. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's no instantiation of this class. Everything's static. Static, static, static. I have to do it again. We can do all this debugging thing versus humans too if we wanted to. So if we could just like make it like put him up against like Cyril and make Cyril think that he's just playing like this awesome Zerg bot, but we're just totally cheating. It's like, oh, I didn't see that drop command. Yes, that's because I spawned the units inside your base. Okay, let's do this again. No, I didn't keep it. Doesn't save it if I have it in this mode. Okay, so what are we doing? The bot.debug.create unit. Units.roach. My natural wall. It's for the enemy. We'll make it 20 roaches. Debug.sendDebug. Boom. Go to the next frame. That's a lot of roaches. Now we call base pathing. Is path safe? Let's just select a random SCV. Hit 0. Get mineral pouches. Get the first mineral patch. Get SCVs. This is very deep. Get the first SCV on that mineral patch. Unit. Okay, boom. And then some random end position. 2D, something, I don't know. That of 150, 60. So expect this to return false, which it does. And then we'll do this so we can see what happened. All right, so there's the blue box on the SCV. It decides that this is the closest base. On the other end, this is the position I chose for the endpoint, and it decided that this is the closest base, which is good. This is the case where they did the right terrain height. These bases might be closer, but since they're on a different terrain, it chose this one. And then it checked the path, and all these marks are green, which means it's safe until we hit here, and all these are considered unsafe, so it returns false. We did it. Let's try another random points on the map. What? No such element. I think I put a position that's outside the map. Okay, so this is the point I wanted to see if I could get to safely. It decided this was the closest base, and then it checks the path, runs through bad stuff, so return false, although I did another line of code after that, so I didn't get to see the false. But the red is enough to show that it wasn't going to work. And then I guess we should test the other case. So instead of that SCV, we pick a place out on the map somewhere. X, Y, 60Y. So here, this is the start point. Finds out as the closest base. The path is all green. Of course, with Fog of War, it's not that useful, but whatever. At least it thinks, at least it doesn't know it's running into its death. And yeah, since it's all green, it should return true. So let me just double check that. I get rid of the second part. This should say true here. Yeah, true. Are base positions provided by the StarCraft API? I do have them hard-coded, but I also have an algorithm to figure them out. Which is complete, but I never actually implemented it in the Java framework. I kind of looked at minerals and gas geysers and calculated how to get a command center as close to these as possible while following the rules of being like 3 away. There is one built into the framework, but it's not very good. Sometimes it tries to build a command center like here, so it just won't be a usable base. Sometimes it'll be off by 1, so you'll be like distance mining a bit. It's like 95% effective, but that means like every other map will have a screwed up base. So for now, I just have it hard coded. Which over time is a pain in the butt. Because we try to keep our map pool as similar to the ladder as possible, so I go to set base locations, it's just like this. I had to like manually figure all these out. I have a little script where if I just build a command center at every base, it'll print out this text for me. So I just need to load the map, place a command center on every single base, and then it'll generate this for me. The other nice thing about hard coding it is like I can kind of predetermine the order of bases I want to take. I haven't figured that out for a calculation. So my algorithm calculates all the positions, but you know, like, I mean, like, what's your third base? You kind of had to look at the pathing distance between the bases, and then also the air distance between the bases to decide which ones to take next. I guess it's not a big deal. If I take this as a third or this as a third, who cares? So that was cool. We built a tool that I may never actually end up using, but we built it at least. And we got to import a 9-year-old library that's still fully functional, so that's pretty cool as well. I did want to learn a little bit about how pathfinding works, because I know that's something like every developer knows and I don't. I know there's a whole bunch of different algorithms. I know A star is a very popular one. Let's even find a good visual of it.
Really,
No. There's an old video of it kind of shows how it works. You start on a node, you go to the next ones all around it, and you keep going. It expands out, and then you kind of work backwards to find what the quickest path was. Which is a good example to show. And they all kind of work in different ways. Well, let me go back to this to-do list. So yeah, I think we finished all this, right? Create 2D map of fastest pathing between bases. We did that. I don't care about performance, so we'll just say that's done. Create a method defined if a given path is safe. Yep. Think about how it applies to choosing the grammar, Katrok. Oh no, how to apply. That was all right. How to apply to choosing expansion bases, structure positions, SCVs to pick. And even like should I build a structure? That's something I could do right now, maybe. Like right now, if I'm supposed to build a depot, and the position where the depot isn't safe, then I don't build it. But right now, what I could do to change that is I can say, okay, not only check the depot position, check to see if the path between the two bases is safe. I mean, most of the structures I'm building in my main base with a unit, with an SCV that's in my main base, so it's not a big deal. But for, say, building expansion bases, that path all of a sudden becomes important. Because the way my bot functions right now, you know, say I want to take my third base, it'll go grab an SCV and it'll say, yep, third base looks safe. There's no threats here at the moment that I can see, because it can't see anything. And it'll send an SCV off, and the SCV will walk right through all these roaches, and that will be the end of that SCV. And then when the SCV dies, my bot will say, okay, the SCV died, grab another one, try the process again, still looks safe here, send it to go. So instead of just checking to see if the location is safe before I send the SCV, now I can start checking if the path itself is safe. So maybe that's something I can do, implement right now. So let's look at purchase structure. I was ready to end this coding stream, but we'll keep going a little bit. Oh man, this is one of the very first. Building structures is one of the very first things you have to do when you build a bot, which means this is code way back when I was learning how to code a bot. So I think it would fall under this build other, and it's going to be super ugly, right? Or maybe before this. Check, see if I can afford it. Pioneer is kind of weird because you don't build it out of position. You build it on top of another unit, which is the gas geyser. Text required. Check that the structure is not in the position cancel. If structure position is unsafe, wait. Yeah, so this is where I can simply call that method. It should be pretty easy, right? So it's called base pathing. Is safe. But I don't have an SCV yet, so I can't do this here. Or I may not have an SCV yet. Okay, here's the even better thing I can do. When I get the SCV, I'll only get an SCV that that has a safe path. So I think, yeah, I have a version of this that takes in a predicate. So in that predicate, base pathing is path safe. There's the SCV. And the position. It's back when I liked the keyword, the unnecessary keyword this. I've stopped that habit. This is the structure position, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. So when I grab an SCV to build this structure, that SCV has to have a safe path to that position. And if there's no SCVs, that can build it, then I cancel the structure. Or I cancel the, you know, my internal bot's production queue. We'll just say, like, don't build that structure anymore. Which I think is fine. I'll probably go through a cycle, right? It's like, oh, I got a lot of minerals, let's build a command center. Oh, I can't get there safely, cancel the command center. And then the next frame will be, oh, I got a lot of minerals, let's try to build a command center again. And then they'll just keep cycling in and out. Create a new purchase, cancel a purchase. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of code here because it's really deciding which SCVs are the best ones to take. Like distance mining ones and idle ones are obviously preferred over the ones mining a close mineral patch or something. But they all do kind of the same thing. They'll filter out the filter I gave in, which is it must have a safe path. And then of all the SCVs that meet that criteria, it'll find the one that's closest to the target position or to the structure position. Yeah, this is awesome. That's literally what, one line of code, right? That's literally all I had to do was add this. So yeah, this base pathing thing will actually come in pretty handy. I like the fact that it's not just from base to base, but I can pick any 2 points on the map. It'll find the closest base and then check that path. So that's pretty cool. I mean, the middle of the map might not be that helpful in that case, but it's still pretty good. Like if you look at the cross section of all these bases on the mini map, that's pretty good coverage of the map. All the lines being drawn between all these places. Yeah. I mean, 2 hours work to set it up, but then afterwards it's just one line of code to implement it. Yeah, because like this scenario actually, I know I just randomly did this, but this scenario comes up a lot with my bot, where like I am struggling to stay alive, and at the same time my bot's like, oh, just keep sending out SCVs to build a third base. Well, Micro Machines got like a siege tank line set up here. And I've definitely lost games because of that. Because there's games where I can hold null in, but I can't hold null in if I'm losing an SCV every 5 seconds. You know, if I can maintain my 2 base economy, that's great. But when I just keep sending SCV after SCV to their death, not so great. So that kind of actually even covered both these, right? Like which SCV to pick. And it'll pick none if none of them can do it. So. And the nice thing is, even though like creating that pathing was kind of slow, it took like 120 milliseconds, looking up that map of all the paths is like instantaneous. Because maps are just a direct lookup. It's like O of 1 if you're a programmer. It's not even like they have to loop through all the different paths in that list. They can just go, it just goes directly to the one I need. So I could do that a million times and it would still add up to like almost no time at all. So even if I have like, even if I'm checking the pathing map against like 65 SCVs that I have on the map, that's really not going to be a performance hit, which is important. This is the other thing. I'm not sure if it's set up well to do this, but a lot of my structures I can build in many places. Like, I kind of preset all the locations. So like there's a whole bunch of like positions for like factories, barracks, or starports in my main base, but there's some out here and there's some over here as well. So if my main base is getting ravaged, I could use this pathing thing to figure out not only where to build the structure, like somewhere safe, like say a base I still have that's available, but also pick an SCV that can get to that location without dying. So, you know, if the army's here, it's not going to be grabbing an SCV from up here to get there. So let me think. An army is in my main base. So where to build the structure wouldn't really be related to this, I don't think. So it'd be like something separate, right? If like the army's in my main base, then don't build structures in my main base. That wouldn't be related. But once I have the decision to build a structure, say here, then picking which SCV builds it will be important. And actually, I already did that code, right? That's already built in. So I may not have the code to like build the structure out here, but if it does build the structure out here, it'll make sure to pick an SCV that's not getting ravaged, right? So pick one from this base, or maybe I have a base over here that's still mining. I'll grab an SCV over there and bring it to start rebuilding. Not too worried about that, because if I'm losing my main base, I'm probably losing the game. But I do love epic comebacks, and it would be cool to have my bot lose its main base and still come back and win the game. The other thing I could maybe do with this is like, if you draw a line for every path, so the path between every single base, you can maybe use it as a way to get somewhere safely. So say I want to get a unit from this base to that base, and there's an army in the way. Well, if you think of it like a train system, and like that this line is down, this train line is down, well, I can take the train from here over to this base, and then from here over there. Like you could do some like really roundabout way to get somewhere to bypass the enemy units. The other thing is you could do pathfinding every single game frame, which is expensive, but maybe in certain scenarios it's worth it. Pathfind on the fly rather than using this pre-cached map. Speaking of which, since it's cached, let's make that final. Oh, I always forget the order. Oh no, I can't make it final because I haven't set it yet. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. Well, I think I'm done. Let's find a StarCraft stream to host here. Or a Stormgate stream. I guess the NDA didn't go past. No, it's actually not. Wow. Not much going on with the. Well, I guess the open beta is closed, so only the closed beta people are allowed to stream it. And from what I hear, there's only 2 races and there's no late game units, so it might be kind of boring to watch too. I haven't played them at all myself yet. What am I trying to do? StarCraft.
What deficit he's at, he's going to want to keep expanding.
This berry crunch guy blew up fast, huh? I think I remember hosting a stream when giving him 40 viewers was a big deal for him. Now he's like always sitting at 500 viewers. I'm feeling the ginger beard. Where did I see that? Am I inventing this? Didn't I see a webcam with a guy who had a... Here we go. Kind of looks like rough a little bit. No, not at all. All right. So closed beta is still open, and I guess the NDAs have been extended. The closed beta is still open. Shut up, Ketrock. Okay. /raid. Yeah, it was a little bit more of a successful coding stream this time. Usually I have a plan to do 10 things and I get stuck on the first thing and it doesn't work properly and I kind of forget I'm streaming and start staring at code. It gets really bad. But it's nice to actually have a successful stream coding. Anyways, with that, guys, I'm out of here. Have a good one.